Rip BNED. Why are we still talking about that? What's up, dude? Dixie doing a yeet yeet. Yeah, British unemployment came in a little hotter this morning, 4.4%. So now we got the pound and the euro dropping against the dollar. It's not a good combo. Also, China set the new yuan loan rate to the lowest, or the new yuan exchange rate to the lowest against the dollar in like almost a year. Yeah, no problem, man. You're not looking so hot. I feel like shit. Be wary of rejections on GME that failed $25. SPX back to 53.42. Looking a little bullish. Bulls are trying to get their gap back. Yeah, they are. Look like it. Delta just moved back to positive a little bit. Might retest 53, 40, 42. We kind of already are. It'll be like right here. Here. Oh, oops. I don't know that one anymore. Okay. I'm very concerned about your cat's horns poking you in the eye. It'll be okay. Is this going to continue up? Maybe. 40's resistance, but we're kind of poking our head above it, so it's reasonable to think that we could. Especially on the back of like 0 DT capitulation. Makes them kind of easy to squeeze off. There's still calls above 53.60. Not as many as there were, but still some. Are you thinking of adding to your FUBO position here, or patiently waiting for sub $1? If it went under $1, I'd buy more. Like shares. Probably get more synth longs too. Nice little pop on GMA. Oh, some arbitrage resolved at market open, but not a lot of it. So it looks like our bounce is still arbitrage resolution. You can kind of see that there. Boop. A little bit closer to 0. Call sellers? No. Delta's still picking up a little bit. Anything new with positioning so far? No, I updated. I updated it like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago or something. It's on the Discord. Bulls are just trying to push the gap. Delta's positive. I was gonna sell a covered call of BNED. Should I hang out and see what the halt is all about? Probably. Do you have a choice? Puts building out to 5280 sounds bearish. I'm confused. Yeah, but we got support at 5325. So those puts are fucked. Well, at least for now. The auctions could send us right back down again. So we could go one at 11:30 and then 11:30 and 1. Should I write 11:30 or 11? They're at 11. There we go. Almost break 45. Candle's pretty flat at 50. And then bullish above. So we could hit a little bit of a ramp if we get over like 47. What's with options pricing? Risk premium? Why are they more expensive than yesterday? VIX is up. Also, we have FOMC and CPI tomorrow. You see BTC going way lower now that it rejected 70 again. No, I don't really pay very much attention to BTC. I care less. I just don't really care about it. I looked at the options profit calc option finder last night, and if Jimmy goes over 150 next week, the $50 call is the best percent gainer. Do you frequently smoke crack while you're while you're pricing your options? Yes? Well, okay. Sold calls closing, maybe? Maybe. No, I wasn't thinking it was good. Just flabbergasted that anyone would buy even $40 calls. Yeah, people on Jamie are insane. Um, they also kind of shoot themselves in the foot by buying so many far out of the money calls that the charm actually prevents the price from going up. Yeah, Apple AI. Apple's doing an AI. If you thought Nvidia at a $3 trillion market cap was insane, wait till I tell you about procedurally generated emojis and Apple's new $5 trillion market cap. You can send people custom emojis, and all you have to do is speak them into your phone. Also, apparently, the iPad got a calculator. Think about all the revenue that'll create. Exactly. I knew $1 trillion idea when I hear one. Yep, yep. It's your emoji. I don't see why you couldn't NFT it. It's not like it was ever based on artwork done by other people, right? My calls are up 130%. I should definitely hold them until they're red. Sounds about right. Why did you buy calls and puts? I'm playing both sides, so I can't lose. Duh. Why do I feel bad about you being sick? These feelings are confusing. I feel like you should use this momentary opportunity for weakness to find the love of your life and very quickly marry her. The gangler's IV crush. Now hold on a second. When I buy calls and puts, I just lose 2x. I see. Well, I have a feeling Jimmy is going to chop between $23 and $30. And so I'm taking advantage of that. Thanks, DZ. I am the best. I definitely sold Apple too early. I got shook out last week. She's in your bed. At least we're Eskimo brothers. Kirk Ree, what happened? Are you up only 120% on your calls now? There's an IV bump on GMA. To lose 25 again. Piece of shit. Gamma Max on Apple? You know, that's a good question. $2.15. I sent you some macaroni art I made. Ooh. I love how your instructions are completely incorrect. You're just off by $300. It says go short to 50.25. I gotta dump these puts. Fuck. I read a report that AI isn't all over our genitalia anyway. No, but the plastics to make our own H100s are there. No, I'm not even a little Persian. Does Apple AI make money? No. But AI doesn't need to make money. It attracts investment. That was a microplastics in your balls joke. Yeah. Too soon? Right now, somewhere in northern Canada, a small hippie boy is being raised 500 miles from civilization. And he will sire the next generation of humans. With his microplastic free balls. They don't have hippies in Canada. I know, it's too expensive. Fucking gentrification, right? Children of Mennonites. It's actually not true. It's just 99.9%. They're literally everywhere. Bullish. Why do we invent lame stuff like AI now? We ran out of cool things to invent. I almost bought a toaster that toasts only one slice of bread last night. But it toasts that one slice of bread perfectly. There's no way that FOMC can be anything but bullish. Okay, I'm listening. What the fuck just happened there? That was a good price, but still. That's not what I wanted. Why isn't Apple dragging up the Russell 1000? You limit sold. Yeah, but those should just be stop losses. Why is it fucking... Oh. How did that get switched? Fucking piece of shit. I think WeBull updated. It always fucks up all the settings. Bulls are kind of pumping the fuck out of this right now. Got a little gap here. Wonder if we get any de-risking. We got a tiny uptick in vol. Do, do, do. Do. Hmm. Hmm. They could resolve more arbitrage on GME. I don't like that GME got rejected on the breakout at resistance. Although Gamma Max is at 27 now, so kind of makes sense. Getting a little bit of a turnaround in momentum. Hey, there we go. I can't log into Thinkorswim. Yeah, Schwab's got some kind of outage today. Everyone was bitching about it. Do you know why knee is dumping today? No? I don't even know what that is. Ew. You have no idea. It's been dumping for a few days. Looks like they're planning a bunch of capex. Spending a bunch of money on solar. Some insider sells, but I don't see anything crazy. Any updates from Schwab on ETA of it coming back online? I don't know. I'm sure someone's. I have a Schwab account, but I don't really use it very often. I haven't gotten any emails or anything from them. Maybe they're hoping I just don't notice. Why sell the 55 and why sell the 50 by the 55? Oh, I sold the 50 by accident. WeBull updated and changed my auto order to limit sell from stop loss. Ooh, we're gonna fill the gap. Almost. Volatility is turning up. Interesting that we got some profit taking there on the call side. I wonder why. Hmm. A little bounce would be nice. Delta's still pretty positive. Hmm. Oop, Jimmy's kind of trying to break 25 again. Yeah. If Vol picks up here, this is going to get blown out. My 535 SPY C was green, and I made 25%. Nice. Besides Max 7, there's several AI companies and really startups they backed and are now selling their products to for a feedback revenue loop. Yeah, I know. Pretty successful business model, selling your stuff to yourself. You don't understand, they're a bank. Is there a chance they just rinse and repeat the past 3 years and we have another couple runs in 2028? I feel like this series of deferments that stack happens about once or twice a year. I mean, it depends on the calendar, but it's not all that uncommon. What's uncommon is people levering them up, right? Like we had this in January of 2023, but about an eighth the amount of delta. I was just telling you my call sold off. It was me and my one call. Oh shit, that's impressive. You started the rush for the door. How does that make you feel? BNet halted. They're probably going to announce their reverse split or their share offerings completed or some shit. Who cares? You know, you guys talking about BNet is making me think you didn't sell when it was up 700%, and that's very disappointing. Horrible. I just became responsible for the losses in millions of 401ks. Yeah, you did. Is now a good time to buy BNed? Is that why you're talking about it? You can't buy BNed right now. It's halted. These fucking bulls keep trying to stop me out. Not today. If I move my stop back, if it'll just bounce. Oh, they tried to get me. Did you see that? Dirty fuckers. That's a motherfucking head and shoulders. Getting close. Hmm. No. Hmm. Second. I know we're having a pullback now, but is a test of 60 possible today? Yeah, probably. There's still a lot of puts below 50. And not all of them got squeezed out on the pump. The further out of the money ones. Stabilize that. I think just some call side profit taking. Oh, it looks like positions are rebuilding. We'll see. It's still a little shaky, but the big vol short helps. That's probably going to drive some more call interest. Yeah, I think we're turning this around. Little gap there, too. Dare I say, Jimmy's chart looks a tad bullish. It does, a little bit, yeah. Double bottom. That should fill the gap, I think. Do you ever get Michael Jackson's Thriller stuck in your head? No, but Smooth Criminal very frequently. What about Bring Me a Higher Low? Only when I'm bullish. It's right there, filling every space in my brain. Not the Alien Ant Farm version. No, not better. Infinitely worse. Oh shit, we didn't fill the gap. That changes everything. Mm, hmm. Yeah, that one's pretty bullish. Can't wait to take my $33 profit on this $600 in GME calls. Did you take a GME position yet? Or waiting until Thursday? I bought some weeklies for what I was hoping would be a bounce. Although that's now been it's a little disappointing. Come on, Bulls. You can push VIX sub 13. Let's do it. I'm getting a build up and out of the money calls. $60, $65, $70. Kind of the same structure as yesterday. Just hard to pull away from these puts still. Need to get above 53 or where we failed earlier. We still have a gap to the upside. Well, a lower high here would be quite shitty. Bull's struggling a bit here. A little. I don't know how much they're struggling versus they're just trying to build a lot of out of the money positions while they're cheap. Are there any outcomes to FOMC that could be perceived as bullish? Yeah, the Fed continues to promise rate cuts at the next meeting while never actually doling them out. See the last data by longer term puts before a healthcare CPI change. Possibly. Although I do have a feeling they will drive VIX lower today if they can. It's interesting, the 45 puts getting added almost as heavily as the 55 call. I don't think they're selling it either. CPI hot and we crater? I don't know about crater, but financial conditions are going to get tighter. I mean, there's still support at like 5,300, 5,250. It'll be rough. It'll definitely push dollar up more. It'll probably finish pushing the 5 and 10 year above 4.5. CPI tomorrow probably won't be super impactful because the FOMC meeting's later in the same day. But the FOMC meeting, depending on the summary of economic projections, could be very, very bearish. The most bullish thing that could happen tomorrow, I mean, the Fed says everything's on track. They don't need to do anything, and they still think we're going to cut rates this year. The majority of Fed presidents guide toward 2 rate cuts before the end of 2024. Come on. Just pop it right below 13%. Let's go. That's the good shit. Rip it. 12.99. I have a feeling that this bounce is going to end catastrophically. We'll see. Bulls are still buying the 55, like pretty heavily. Hmm. Consolidation. Bounce here. Ah, fucking Jimmy fell back below VWAP. You piece of shit. It wasn't just me they stop hunted. Hmm. It's actually filled higher than my stop. Nice. Bulls are still trying to keep this from failing 50. They might short vol one more time. We'd probably have like 30 or 45 minutes before it fills. Maybe not. Oh, it doesn't look good. Maybe I should just buy another one here. Are we picking up some puts in the 1 p.m. auction? Maybe. Oh, I need to look at the 52-week high yield 4.915. What was the fucking yield prior to the auction? 4.915 on the 1 year. Bid to cover 2.87. Awards 25.35% at the high. Sold 47 billion. That's not very good. Wasn't that like a $70 billion auction? Hold on. $131 billion tendered, 46 billion accepted. Ouch. Sorry, one sec. Discord muted? No, I just didn't say anything. Big dump. Oh, I shouldn't get stopped out of those. That sucks. No, losing 50 is bad. There's a lot of puts here still. Still a very decent ramp down to 40. Maybe 30. Still haven't fallen below where delta is positive. Charm's getting a bit ugly. It's a nice little reversal. Ooh, but failed 50. Interesting. Any opinion on Oxy now that Burke bought more? I mean, I feel like Berkshire is going to keep buying Oxy until they own all of it. That's kind of the deal. I know they bought at a higher price, but remember that only brings their cost basis up a little. We had a pretty distinct double top there. Sold calls here presenting a bit of a problem for the bulls. The longer dated sold calls. Was the auction bad? It wasn't good. Oh, it was well, at least I don't think there was a tail, but the bid to cover was pretty shitty, and the liquidity, like, they sold like 46 billion of 130 billion tendered. Just no demand. I mean, everyone wants European options now. They're so much more, or European bonds. They're so much more exciting. Don't touch Europe, guys. Well, that's the problem with the EU rate cut, right? Is it's gonna make the spreads on those European bonds way more attractive. Bina took 111 million position in GME a while back. What? What the fuck? What are you talking about? Yeah, there's still earnings. Those are just preliminary reports so they can sell shares. That doesn't mean there's no earnings report. Who the fuck cares what DRS numbers are anymore? Wouldn't Barrick Gold 25? I don't know. Once they ramp up production a little bit. What does Delta go negative? Gotta be getting pretty fucking close here. Uh, just barely. Yeah, like 53.43. So we just fell under it here and bounced. But if we fall back under it, that's gonna be pretty bad for the Bulls. I'm gonna need to try to turn this shit around. If we fall under it, sell off to 25. Well, maybe. Maybe like 30. There's longer dated. There's like a call wall at 30, which we fell under a little bit this morning with momentum, but this reversal is going to have to fail first. It might. Futures isn't in such a great spot. But we are getting a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. So that would need to probably need to fail in order for us to get a bigger dump. Which means like ES 5350. And it doesn't help that there's some support at 40 too. Gotta keep those sold puts from this morning out of the money. Jesus Christ, how fucking boring. Why is Jamie being such a sack of shit right now? Fucking not resolving any of the arbitrage. Slipped back below the trend. Yeah. I don't know. I guess as long as it holds 24, it's still in a reversal. Ooh. Inverse head and shoulders failure? That doesn't happen. What do you think about Harry Dent's statement that we're primed for a massive crash? I think if we crash, it's going to be massive. I don't know if you've noticed, but Nvidia is a $3 trillion company. Are you selling any long-dated SPX spreads? I have 5400, 5450 that expire end of this month. Quite a lot of those. Fubo fairly illiquid. It took some time to get a fill. You know what? It actually is pretty illiquid. Well, at least for Fubo. AI will save us in the market crash. Duh. If AI fails, so many people are gonna lose so much fucking money. It's not even funny. Actually, it's funny, but it won't be. What's the likelihood of Ivy spiking so high on GME? It makes verticals hard to make money on. I mean, it depends. Debit or credit. Why are we talking about crashes? Because we could be less than, 26 hours away from the Fed pulling back the last vestige of the bull case that ran us up 20% from October's lows. And inflation is hotter than it was then. Debit, like a 35? I don't see why that wouldn't be profitable on a move up. I mean, you'd really need fucking a shitload of IV. But you'd still make money on it, just less, right? I thought pulling back from 7 to 1 rate cut would have already fixed it, but here we are, higher. Yep. Except now it's catching up with us, right? The lack of decision making, on the Fed's part, and their failure to substantially raise rates relative to, the rate of inflation has allowed inflation to break out once again. Because our rate is not restrictive at all. Well, if they cut back 2024 rate cuts, here's the clincher. If they cut back the rest of the 2024 rate cuts, they're going to have to cut their projections for 2025 and 2026, and they're going to have to raise their inflation expectations. We get the SEP tomorrow. Oh, I'm buying pets. Wishful thinking, I agree with it. But there's no way they're going to tell the truth and deflate the bubble. Yeah. No, I don't think that's what they're going to do. But I'm not sure it matters anymore. The bond market already disagrees with the Fed, right? Inflation break-evens at 2.5 and 10-year have all moved up significantly ahead of the last SEP, right? Yields are already up, and where the Fed fails to be restrictive, I think the bond market is now more than willing to be. We sell this bearish stuff and get new all-time highs. I didn't say we couldn't get new all-time highs. Macro is not same like index. You should probably learn that. Buy calls. They're fun. Have I been wrong? Was I wrong? Even in November, when I said the Fed's not going to cut rates, was I wrong? When I said inflation was going to reignite, was I wrong? It takes time. I don't see the stag or the inflation. The bond market does. I mean, I've definitely been wrong before, but I wasn't wrong about that. You're wrong to assume that people would learn and trade accordingly. Yeah. I mean, it was pretty obvious that the market was just going to be irrational as fuck in the first half of 2024, right? Or 2023. I stopped going big short after the drop in October. But I mean, every fucking analyst on the planet has disagreed with me about the macro conditions for the last fucking year. Like me and Dork and Jay Fresh. And we've been right. I'm full port puts. Am I trading appropriately? You better hope this fucking bounce fails. Topside pimento calls are short dated. Calls are they barely exist. I mean, like zero DT short dated. It's not like the pimento where we had like 21 days till the puts fell off and calls were free. Just because GameStop's not up today, there's no reason for there to only be 182 likes and 30,000 people watching. I don't think there's 30,000 people watching. But the 754 that are could hit the fucking like button. If you're right but your timing is off, you're wrong if you're holding options. Yeah, that's correct. Any long dated like macro position like that has to be managed constantly and proficiently, right? You can't just you can't just fucking buy like $20,000 worth of puts and cross your fingers. That's fucking stupid. I actually liked before you appeared, and I almost never like. Thank you, JC Pigeon Whale, keeper of the Guybrush, guardian of the Ko-Fi. That's what my strategy all year is: cross fingers and hope. Here's the problem, right? Like we were super bearish, in the run up in like June, July 2023. Then the market dropped 15 fucking percent and nobody took profits. It was just 2 weeks of everyone fucking bragging about how much money they made. And then we bounced 200 BPS and they're like, I'm broke. I lost everything. It's the same shit every just close your puts. If you guys closed your puts, you'd have all made money being bears. Unless you bought puts after November, in which case you got fucked. Because that shit did not go down again until March. No, not close and then roll out and buy more even further down. Say it, Gherk. How did you lose money? Fucking seriously. I really hope this fails. I don't think it's gonna. The only thing protecting us from ripping back to 55 is one pile of puts. And they're sold. They're not even, they're bullish puts. Oh shit. But they are gooning a bit. Not gonna lie, I read the morning DD, scroll down to where you say support and resistances, and try to act accordingly. I don't have fingers to cross or hit the like button. I left them at Dork's mom's house. Ah! You're lucky Dork isn't here to hear that. He'd be very insulted. Lies. I have sold calls for 53.65. Those are helping push us down. All 10 of them, right? Right? Cries and poor. You're doing your part, C-Mill. What's the difference between gooning and edging? Gooning is when you've edged to the point where you've gone delirious. Finally back into Schwab to find that since BNED halted, the bid ask on every covered call I have out on BNED is 0.10, so it thinks I'm down thousands on the halt. Neat. It's gonna reverse split. Why do you have covered calls open? I don't want to know. You're gonna act. You're gonna. Goddamn son of a bitch. You know it's gonna. You know it's gonna split 100-1, right? Those 50-cent cover calls are about to be $50. I just made $27 from a Home Depot settlement. Should I buy puts on Home Depot? I mean, settlements are bullish. That means they paid you less money than they could have. Ooh, hello, GME. What you doing there? Nothing? Okay. No, they would be $5 if they were 5-cent covered calls. Yeah, they'll be for 1 share a piece. GME's poking its head up to let us know that volatility is mispriced. Decay is murder. Even though Jimmy released earnings report early, there'll still be an earnings call. I mean, I don't know. Cohen doesn't really do earnings calls anymore. There might be a call, but they still have to. They still have to issue like they still have to do earnings, even though they did a preliminary report. You think the volume on Jimmy's run up into a halt this morning was odd? No. Why is it odd? We broke 25 and ripped. That's what should happen. 25 bullish. Under 25 not so bullish. Under 20 really fucking bearish. Oil output to rise by 310,000 barrels a day in 2024. Previous forecast 270,000 barrels a day increase. Cool. That's really exciting. Maybe oil can tank now and turn vol up. No, it's not working. I can't believe they're allowing me to sell $95 cover calls in GME for next week for $1. Insane theta opportunities again. I love it. I really hope we don't hit 60 this 60 by the close this week. That would be awkward for me. I guess I could just close those. You know what? I should do that. I have sold puts at 24, but I have sold calls also at 60 that expire Friday. They're up a bunch. I find it kind of interesting that they're not selling the fuck out of the 5330 put, despite it being $2. They're a little afraid. Short vol is a little afraid. Will BNet hit $100 post split? Not anytime soon. There might be some covering post split, but I kind of doubt it. I feel like things are back to normal there. Splitting on them expiring worthless. Fair. Why wouldn't they wait for the 1 p.m. auction? They might. It depends on how knife catchy they're feeling. Yeah, 40 is a problem still. Like Delta's still just a bit positive here. And if the 10-year auction isn't that bad, they could definitely leverage that up. I'm sure they'll try to hold positive Delta at a minimum into the auction. But they might not be able to. I mean, there's a lot of puts at 45, and if they lose positive Delta before then, that it's not going to be easy to turn it around. I can't believe they're letting me buy GME 621. I can't believe they're letting me buy 621 GME 95 cc's for 98 cents this week. I usually try to avoid asking you to spoon feed me, but I have no idea what's going on with BNED. I forgot to cancel my subscription, and my BNED.x just turned into BNED shares and IBKR. Okay, how many shares did you subscribe to? Whatever you bought divided by 100, that's how many shares you'll have after the split. That was weird. Sold calls are a short vol position as well. But they're a bearish position, right? And for a while there, like when VIX hit its low in this cycle, we were just getting short strangled, like equivalently from both sides. But the short call position that built during that time period was never really put at significant risk. And so none of it really closed out, whereas the short put position has been very active. So right now all the short vol is positioned bullishly. No, most of the short vol here is on the call side. Like the majority of the delta in the short volatility position right now is on the call side. From like 5,300 all the way to 5,400, it's just shitloads of short calls. That's why our downside moves are so big and like rapid, because the market maker is sitting constantly in just a pile of sold calls. $53.43 is still an important ball to push past. Delta's negative here, so yes. And this is prior to the auction. Not only is Delta turning negative, so's Gamma, and we're gonna start to pick up vol if we continue to fall. Like Vega risk is gonna increase from here down because of the short puts sold earlier in the week. There's a lot of short puts at 53.25 that were sold on last week's bounce.
And those still have a bunch of Vega. IMM's gonna go short to hedge that. So if we get close to that level, you know, volatility is gonna pick up like it did this morning, right? This would be a really good time for bulls to try to save this before the auction. 1224. Your positions are green. Not for long. The rejection there is pretty bad, though. Ooh. Failed bounce. Interesting. Can we take a moment to appreciate how SPX is red while Apple's up 5%? We could. Yeah, we could do that. You know what's more impressive is Apple's up 5% and NQ's red too. But Dow and Russell are down a lot. Breadth is fucking terrible today. I haven't been asking for Guybrush because we don't need his help right now. I'll let you know. Where did it go? Oh. I'll let you know when he's required. Okay. BNet's been halted all day. You think Apple's sell-off during the conference yesterday was an institutional fake out? No, I think everything they said was stupid as fuck. Or let's digest this and buy back in later. We like it kind of thing. No, they just needed something to pump today. And Apple said AI most recently. That conference was a fucking disaster. They're integrating Chat GPT into iPhones. Chat GPT is probably one of the most insecure fucking programs on the planet, right? Are we seeing the start of a crash? No, we're down 28 basis points. You're jealous that they said AI the right way and the market finally listened. Listen, all that matters is that Apple buyers go out and buy and upgrade their iPhones, right? So they can get access to Chat GPT and be confidently incorrect about things. Elon said he would ban iPhones and make visitors throw their phone in a Faraday cage. Yeah, I know. He's taking a lot of drugs lately. Usually it's about gamma risk. It is about gamma risk. Are you talking about the meatball? I have a video on how to interpret the meatball. I also explain how to interpret the meatball every night. But I have a cost basis of those on those of $5, right? After the split. What the fuck do you mean to understand the underlying? What moves the meatball? The gamma curve is space-time, right? It's the fabric of space-time. The meatball is spot. What's confusing here? It's an interdimensional meatball. DFV tweet. Nice. What meatball recipe? I think I did that already. Search the announcements channel for meatball. So the meatball is McConaughey trapped in the 4D library? Exactly. The out of the money calls that Bulls bought today are his relatives aging at 10 times the speed. Ha! Get him. Fucking crazy super stonkers. Subs for 1,000. I have a cost basis on those of 5. Didn't you say this already? I thought you said that you still like it, so maybe I keep my 5 cent cost basis. Okay, you can. I didn't. I figured I'd just wait till after the reverse split and buy back in. When it's trading at a discount to the 5 cent offering. They should remake Walker Texas Ranger, but instead of Chuck Norris, it's Kevin Hart. Oh, God. Meltdown is convinced that DFV tweets move the stock. Yeah, they do. I bought calls in the money ones. I'm doing my part. I also sold $24 puts, so I protected the downside as well. My questions about space-time are getting shadow banned. Hmm. Are they sexual in nature? Oops, I almost got stopped out of my puts. Do not want that. Phew. Scary. Meltdown might be dumber than Superstock. That's not actually possible. The only thing dumber than Superstock on the internet is people who still think their BBBY shares are coming back. And the TikTok cringe subreddit. What's so bad about TikTok cringe that you would intentionally seek out the worst that TikTok has to offer and then spend your time watching it? Do you have you tweeted Options Basics 101 meme? Yeah, Ryan Cohen wasn't on the nose enough with his sex book. I'm convinced DFE just started exercising calls. Probably not. If he didn't exercise them when the stock was $60, why the fuck would he exercise them now? Does anybody use their brains anymore? What's a brain? Yeah, but why? Why is that your speculation? Like where were you like this is the conclusion I'm coming to? I want to know the path that you took logically to get there. No, it wouldn't show up in volume. Just DM'd you my question on Discord. Okay. What does the changing slope of space-time mean? Well, the more vertical the slope, the faster the meatball can travel through space-time. Think of the slope as the bubble, the warp bubble that the meatball is trapped in. And the angle of the warp bubble determines the speed at which the meatball can travel. The curves at either end are where the bubble ends, and it would fall out of space-time. Or fall back into space-time. Fall out of, yeah, LQPA. So as it flattens out, it's more likely to stick in the sauce or on the shelf. Yes. Bottom of the pan, top of the shelf. Although I'm thinking lid of the pot is a better than having a shelf next to the pot. That's just weird. It'd light on fire, right? Something about my sold GME puts and then you deleted it. Can you elaborate on what prices based on the chain you can see Apple going to? Good time to lock in profits. It could go up to like 205 if it's not already there. I had already tested 205. Yeah, 205 is a bit of a resistance. I only have like 20% of my Apple position left. But 205, I mean, there's a chance it could get to 210, but I don't think it will. Not a lot of, yeah, there's not a lot of gamma or delta up there. Are my 25 CC safe? Nope. I just mixed up with the crossing of space-time and the kitchen metaphors. It's a metaphysical Dutch oven. Congratulations, Peter. Are you still expecting shorts to use earnings meeting opportunity to move this back down? I expect them to sell a lot of calls into earnings and then take advantage of the volatility crush. Does that sound like take profits before they do that? Unless you expect Ryan Cohen to pull some surprise out of his ass, like a magician. Who's the best Photoshopper in the Discord? Trash? Mouse Cop. All right. I like the confidence. Listen to me. I need you to make Ryan Cohen look like a magician, and then I need him to be pulling a pinata out of his butt. But keep it like, you know, PG 13. What shape pinata? I was thinking like a multicolored donkey. I'll be back. I appreciate you. Like Gob from Arrested Development? I was thinking more of like, have you guys seen IT Crowd? she dates this, like, the chick in the show dates this guy who's not a magician, but he looks like a magician. More like that. Peter File. It is a great show. If you guys haven't watched IT Crowd, you should. I'm not a window cleaner. Not a donkey. The Fortnite llama pinata? I don't know what that is. Can the pinata have the head of Thomas Petterfee? Wouldn't $5 be a huge support? All the more reason to get it under $5. Will my 5300p print today? Let's say you're a magic ball. Oh, probably not. That sounds very unlikely. I've never seen Phone Shop. There's very few British sitcoms I haven't seen, but I've never seen that one. Oh, what are you doing, GME? Supersonic just sell when they realized DFE wants them to use options. Fucking paper hands. Remember how last night I was saying you might as well be talking about theoretical physics? Not at all. Why do you have to then actually do it, but mix in the meatball and options talk? And the meatball is a long-standing metaphor in the pickle jar. Space-time meatball. I have seen Stafflet's Flats. That is pretty funny. I'm familiar with Keeping Up Appearances. You know, I used to live there when I was a kid. Where do we see SS selling on the tape for days? They don't even own as many shares as the last offering. I mean, come on, JC. I haven't seen Frisky Dingo. It's Bouquet. I lived in London and Sussex. Faulty Towers is amazing. In-betweeners, yeah. The main character in that, I forget his name, but he did another show recently that was funny as fuck. Um it's like dinner something. Friday Night Dinner. Yeah, I think so. I fucking love the dad in that show. Also, if you guys haven't seen Cuckoo on Netflix, watch that. And Man Down. I never liked Red Dwarf that much. Like, it had its moments, but it was always just so fucking weird. Who died of cancer? Was Little Britain the sketch comedy one? I don't really like sketch comedy that much. Okay. I need his face to be more magician-y. Why are you calling me, Eddie? You gotta know I'm not gonna answer that. I'll check it out. I haven't seen Misfits. Yeah, Chappelle Show was like the only skit show I think I've ever liked. Not even Kids in the Hall. Every time I watch like sketch comedy, it's like, no, I fucking hate Key and Peele. Um, it was just like a shitty ripoff of Chappelle Show that wasn't nearly as funny. It was like they tried to take Chappelle Show and elevate it, and that was just awful. Are you being served? I mean, it's very dated. Yeah, that's the problem with sketch comedy though. Is it's like a few good ones sprinkled in and then like the rest of it is like community theater improv. What's your favorite skit from the Chappelle Show? Wayne Brady. Hose, Dave. Hose. Wayne Brady's hard as fuck. That's not a sketch. It's real life. Player Hater Awards is up there. Oh, the Mitsubishi Eclipse commercial where he's like, "Your crazy dancing's making my penis soft." Chappelle Show, Rick James, basketball. You mean Prince? I haven't watched Tires. What's that? He's got dolphin teeth. Any of the Charlie Murphy stories, because they were real. Rip Charlie Murphy. Shane Gillis, sketchish comedy, but it's pretty funny. Yeah, maybe I'll check it out. How did no one say the young ones for British humor are too dated? Hmm. Thoughts and prayers for your SPX puts for totally unselfish reasons that have nothing to do with my own position. I see. Have you guys seen Black Books? That's a really good one. I like the main character because he's like me, but drunk and Irish. I sent you a little something on the DMs. Yeah, I see that. And although I liked your confidence about Photoshop, I am maybe a little worried that your skills are not to the level you thought they were. It's not bad. It's just very Team America World Police. I need Cohen's face to be magician-y. You, he's already got a magician's face, but I mean, maybe some eyeshadow or eyeliner, a top hat. Can we make Cohen look like Chris Angel? Yes, I know it's 1 o'clock. Yield before auction 4.458. Fed bids 1.3 billion. Oh. I know the 10-year yield's down a little bit today, which is ridiculous. What you're looking for is David Blaine. You know, RC looks a lot like the guy in the David Blaine Street Magic videos. Check Discord. Where? Wait, did you just send me the same one? Oh wait, that wasn't Mouse Cop. This is so much better. That was someone else. I didn't know you had the same name on Discord. What do we think of this one? It's clearly AI generated. Why does he have a gun? Fucking caked up. I didn't know Cohen was stunting like that. Yeah, like this guy. So, here. This is the guy from IT Crowd who looks like a magician but isn't one. That's the essence I'm going for. Oh wait, hold on. I got caught up with Cohen being a magician. Trying to stop me out of my fucking puts. Aggressive. Get away. What was the print? $4.438. Oh, 20-point drop. But bid to cover was 2.7, 43.69% at the high. Interesting. So no tail, but also shitty demand. That's not bullish. Hmm. That was a lot of delta. Man, they bought the fuck out of that print. Was there a tail this morning? No, but the auction was really bad. I mean, this auction's not good either. Who the fuck's gonna buy the 10-year the day before CPI prints, right? Unless they have to. Bid to cover was 2.67. I'm gonna go long the 10-year German Bund. My 5225p is red now. Why do you have 5225s? Anyway, I dislike the stream and unsubbed. How could you do this to me? That's a lower high. Head and shoulders complete. A phrase that hasn't been said since 1934. Okay, nice. I'm too scared to touch GME options. Why? Can you show us on the doll where they hurt you? Points to wallet. I don't want to see your portfolio. How much longer can they stuff VIX like a pinata up RC's boofer? It's a good question. Hold on, I want to see if this bullish consolidation breaks down. 30-year ticking back up. I have a feeling that Treasury shorts are just going to pile in on the bounce. You'd be disappointed if you could see my portfolio. I don't know. I've seen some pretty terrible things over the years. I have no idea. I've been studying butterflies lately and how to profit off them. Okay. Are you thinking like a nectar farm? Or maybe just like a closed butterfly enclosure and you can, like, tourists can come in? Oh, sorry. It's really about closing and winning the winning spread, letting the long leg ride until that becomes profitable too. Alternatively, it's just about positioning them perfectly and then never touching them again. Sell their wings? Oh, interesting. That could be a good idea. Butterfly Sanctuary. Well, hold on, hold on, hold on. How could we, hmm. Jimmy's having a shareholders meeting today? I thought it was on like the 13th or some shit. I'm sick. I don't want to stay late tonight. Today is roughly the 13th. That didn't make it better, Grey Pubes. I'm also still mad that you tried to impersonate Mouse Cop, who at least popped open Dolly and tried to and made me like a clown 007 with a butt pinata. I have so much more respect for Mouse Cop as a person now. I was like, who's the best at Photoshop? And he was like, me. I told him what to make, and he just popped open Dolly, typed in a prompt, and then just shipped that shit. No post edit, nothing. It was like, this is what you're getting. Prompt engineer. That's the AI bull case in a nutshell. Well, the only issue with that, though, is that it didn't make anything like what I discussed. Right? This is clearly a secret agent. Maybe not even Ryan Cohen. He's got a clown, like a clown flower, and a bowler hat. And I think that's a Beretta. Ridiculously tight pants. I mean, no tailor in their right mind would ever make these pants. He's also smoking a magic wand. There's two A's in Cane Stop. Who made that gem? Sam Altman. Why didn't I think of GameStop sooner? Because of all the losses. Don't worry, AI is the future. The 10Q will come out with the shareholders meeting. No, 13th. Can someone remix John LaJolie's Pete's Tiny Erectic and change the name to Cohen? I can't make my own media, alright? We didn't print a tail. It was 4.45 before the auction, 4.38 after high yield. Inverse tail. Butt plug. Printed a butt plug. It's about time for someone who can't read to ask about BNet again. Yeah, it's almost been 30 minutes. Oh, there we go. What's up with BNet? Reverse split? If they can't read, they should probably buy BNet and get some books from them. Well, you mean attend a collegiate institution with a BNet on campus. I don't think they should be investing their own money. Did the Fed bid? Yeah, like 1.3 billion. Not much. Shockingly, losing 50 here is still bearish. How far is this going to fall? Oh, I'd be very happy with 53.30. What are reverse splits when you put your legs together? Like crossing your legs. Reverse split. What's up, Taco? When are you returning to color? As soon as the post-nasal drip slows down. Me getting sick is historically very bullish for GME, though. What happens if you die, MOASS? Only one way to find out. Is the positive charm flip moving higher as time goes? They realistically need to keep it above the high 40s to keep charm decay on their side into end of day. They need to keep it above 50 to keep charm decay on their side into end of day. Gherk dies, we wouldn't know when to exit. To be fair, I exited in December, which was not the right time, apparently. Would you be okay if I took a life insurance policy out on you? No, sorry. You might not like it, but that's what a CEO who fights for his shareholders looks like. Adam Aaron? Why is BNet halted? Reverse. Oh my god. Order some fucking Buckley's original cough and cold already. If you get sick, we're still lost. Thank you, never present. You guys will be fine. Why do you still have over 500 watchers? People came back, realized I was awesome, didn't leave again. Adam Aaron is such a strong ape that he diluted the float 1 million fold so he could afford to get a yacht for each of his great grandkids. Yeah, so he's not only an amazing CEO, but an awesome grandfather. Hashtag never left gang. What's a pinata? It's a pinata full of matcha. Or the streamers or other streamers are just annoying and idiots, which doesn't help their case. Based on my analysis of your analysis, this seems bearish. It could be. It very well could be. Delta's still positive though. So it hasn't failed just yet, but it is failing. Do you want to know what price delta would turn negative? It's usually where we bounce. It's 53.45. You knew my question. See where I drew that line? It's basically there. This orange one. See the orange guy? Will we be able to see where delta goes negative or positive in the new tool? I mean, if you play with it hard enough, maybe. It's something that we're gonna try to. Well, we plan to add during the beta. So yes. Like Spot Gamma's hero indicator. That's like $300 a month. That, but way better. And not a lie. No, it's not free for billionaires. It's not. There's no free. What about Boom Hunter Pro? Nope. Nope. Will there be an indicator with a meatball? I've really tried, but I don't know if it's gonna happen. Shilometer at 10? You don't know what it takes? But nuke. Meatball. It's about bringing options to the masses, and the masses understand meatballs. Best you get is a Minecraft meatball? Do they have balls in Minecraft? That's so just a cube, a beef cube? I tried to explain the meatball and sauce analogy to someone recently, and they thought I was crazy. I needed your beautiful illustrations in that moment. Would you blame AA for doing AA things, or streamers for pumping AMC knowing AA was trash? I mean, he wasn't, right? He did what he had to do to keep the company alive. If he hadn't diluted, AMC would be gone. They wouldn't exist anymore. So he did his job. People shouldn't have gone long on that. That was fucking stupid, right? But they wanted to take their money and invest in the future prospects of AMC. I said to show you how bad one could be. I didn't. Oh wow. That's what's on the right. I'm not going to show that to anyone. DFE in college running track. Huh. It's creepy that you found that. They should have invested in a better company. such as a video game selling company that had an NFT marketplace. My name happens to not be anyone. You can show me. Well, then I'm just gonna... If I have to fucking move the file, I'm just gonna show everyone, because it's easier. It's really bad, though. Downs have been canceled again, temporarily. 2 out of 10. Yeah, it's very confusing. You should have had the bull kicking DFV's position. The Ryan Cohen bull. I've seen worse. 5 out of 7. That was like a New Yorker cartoon, but also salt in my eyes. What business could Jimmy really pivot to? They can't replace Steam. I was hoping, now hear me out, commercial sanitary services. So they could sell like disinfectant, cleaners, toilet paper, but in commercial sizes to companies. Like, you know that one ply toilet paper that they have in public restrooms? That. Yeah, take on Cisco. The annual fees to the EPA are a serious barrier to entry. What do you think about GME with all this cash now? Yeah, I still don't like Cohen. What I think he's actually trying to do is get enough money and then invest it in other shit. But I wouldn't give Cohen my money to do that. He's got a bad performance record. He bought Baba like the local high. And Nordstrom's. Tinfoil, Jimmy partners with Larry Fink and Ken G and their Texas tokenized stock exchange. It's not tokenized, they're just creating a new stock exchange. So we're gonna have NYSE, NASDAQ, and Texas or Tixie. What about just like a puppy mill? You could turn GME into a puppy mill. That's got to be more profitable than video games. JFresh just spent like $3,000 on some dog. What's the appeal of an exchange in Texas? No state taxes. I don't think Cohen likes cats. Guys, everything's fine. Give me 420 to 1 odds, and I'll make you a bet. We can escrow. GameStop is in Texas. So. Oh my god, wait. Is the conclusion of this Ryan Cohen partners with Fink and Kenny? Thank you, Never Present. That would be amazing. But only after he dilutes another 100 million shares. They're probably all libertarians. Yeah. Well, you know, people in finance love the idea of anarchy. Just the idea of it, though, not anarchy in practice. Hmm. Interesting. Hello, GameStop. Ooh. Yes. I got filled at 69 cents. Nice. HR Compliance SEC Division put their pickle in my jar. If you'd like to report where Schwab touched you, please point to where you would have bought and sold your puts. Unfortunately, we don't do refunds, but we accept puts, same as shares. Thank you so much, Schwab HR Compliance. What would HR have to do with investor relations? Never mind. I do still have my puts. Hmm. Cohen's little erectic. No one know what to do with it. Hmm. Kenny left because he couldn't find it. Couldn't find it. Get those out. Some price. 267, 198. Fuck, I almost got stopped out of my puts. Quintuple top. Look at that shit. Kia recall. 463,000 Tellurides. See, I told JFresh not to get one. I haven't. Guessed. PSA, I got a friend request on Discord with almost your exact name. It's .Gherkin at 3681. Yeah, that's not me. It's one of my clones. Just ignore it. If you could, report it. Atomic, there's fake Gherks in the Discord again. Ew, no, break 27. Yeah, there you go. Support. Oh, I should close my short puts. Not yet, but soon. You are a question. I thought you were out of settled cash and leaving for the day. Why would you do that to me? Are you trying to compete with AJ? What's going to happen to BNED after the reverse split? The shares are going to reverse split. But now I got to go digging for your fucking question? How are you feeling about Eura? It's down 13% since I entered, and I don't want to add to a loser. Are you bullish on uranium? Or are you just trying to trade it? There's a lot of economic uncertainty right now for trading commodities. Am I bullish on uranium? A little bit. Not as bullish as I was, but I do have some positioning still. Long holds. Then what are you worried about? Speak on what? Why not as bullish? Well, because there's a lot of economic uncertainty right now, which makes commodities volatile. Also, I took a bunch of profits on SRF. You know, 100% returns and all. I did write that one up. Need feedback on your request. Pigeon whale chat. Okay. That's just me, though. I'm not the magician. I'm a wizard. We use the old magic. Why are most trades marked as OTC? That's the exchange they're coming from? Also depends on how your broker marks indexes. Ooh. Why is this not, hold on. Time and sales looks like everything's coming from XCBO. I don't know why there's no depth in the order book. I don't know how to fucking change it. Ah, bastard. That's got the right amount of depth, but Jimmy, oh, okay, there it goes. Yeah, I don't see anything from OTC. Why am I making money? I hate you. Covering on Jimmy or more volatility? There's some covering going on. There's also a little bit of arbitrage being resolved. Bullish. $30 opens up 35. Yeah, quickly, too. Don't forget that things start to move a lot faster when the Vega risk picks up. Can you explain what people mean when they say Jamie's up a D? The fuck? Look at actual trade executions on the right. None of this is coming off of the OTC. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There's some OTC. When you asked, everything was like X, the CBOE exchange. And usually shit that pops up as OTC is just like unmarked. And like end of day time and sales, it'll update. We got IEX, NICE, EdgeX. That's not like weird. Like, look, here's QQQ. OTC, 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 OTC. Usually non-block. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, over the counter. A lot of times that'll be like retail trades, right? Because they won't be like 100, like a block of 100. So you get like odd lots. They don't come with extended warranties. Is this starting to be a head and shoulders on GME? It's a failure of the breakout at 2750. But consolidation's still bullish. It's only a head and shoulders if it rejects here, right? If it rejects at the 27 test again. If it breaks to the upside of that, though, it's just a continuation. You don't get a lot of head and shoulders on GME usually because the sell side's so strong. Usually you just don't get another shoulder. It just breaks down. Yeah, I think consolidation seems fine there. You know goddamn well no one is selling GME except for all these sell orders. Stopped out of the SCX pits? Yeah, on the break of the high. I fucked around and got promoted. Rip pickle jar. Nice. I saw your message this morning. I'll respond later. Why up? Well, we got a breakout at 55, which pushed us over the put wall. Delta's pretty flat here, though. I don't see any positions being added. But we did bridge the gap to the bull side of the chin. Also, the 10-year is down like 127 BPS. NQ all-time high, yes, nearly all-time high going into FOMC. This probably ends well. Of course. Probably not going to de-risk it. That would be very dangerous, right? To lose the support level trying to de-risk before tomorrow. If it starts to fail, they might, but I think as long as they're holding this price, they're unlikely to. Pickle Tim, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Unpopular opinion: dry aged steak is overrated. I have a freezer full of 30-day. Maybe I'm just sick of it, but that earthy taste gets old fast. Huh. Are you gonna wait your straddle tomorrow? No. Just even. Probably less theta on the call side. We'll do long time lurker, Feb 2021. Nice. I appreciate it, man. Please get rid of the blinking in the search bar. What are you talking about? Oh, we're going for the gap. I wish Jimmy's beta would be more positive. That's a little bearish. No. I'll complete the head and shoulders now. 26, 28. That's where we want to look for support. Oh, did we fucking fail again? Uh, hmm. Take Bull J Fresh off the screen. He's killing GME. No, he's not. Lizard King, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Or welcome back. Hit me up if you need to get added. I appreciate it, dude. Tell Jimmy to go back up. It's trying. This is probably closer to the trend on the 5. So we go to the 5-minute. It's like out there. Which is, yeah, that's about where I said. Like 21 or 26, 35 ish. Stuffed 80 cents above Gamma Max. 26.40 low. 26.38. SPX failed and left a gap. There's some serious resistance there at 53.60. We still have this gap back here too at 66. I see gaps so easily. It's just a setting on the chart. Top right corner menu. Any new mean women in your life? No, just like annoyingly jealous ones right now. Hello, Dr. K. If Jimmy makes it above 30 and holds into tomorrow's Fed meeting, would VIX going up make GME go up and add that negative beta? GME doesn't need negative beta if it gets above $30. That's where the fucking that sweet hedge kicks in. Does your Tinder profile include micro cheater in the description? Fuck you, Bob. It's me. I'm the annoyingly jealous woman. No, you're not, Wolf of Walgreens. This falls back to 53.50. That would be nice. It'd be nicer if it failed even lower. How do you keep your special ladies from watching the stream? You just don't tell them about it? When they're like, what are all those lights on that camera for? High profile Zoom meetings. I'm a busy guy. Tinder or Grinder? Doesn't matter anymore. Why is your camera feed black and white? I have a cold. I'm technically still enrolled, although I have not attended in a year and a half. I don't have people in my house when I'm streaming. Believe it or not, no, Dave. I get the 120,000 calls being the strong support via gamma, but how is DFE actually exercising calls able to affect price improvement? Why would that have an effect on price improvement? Like 2 plus 1, has to buy, say, 4 million shares. Sure. The MM's already doing that all the time. Do you remember our 5-year anniversary on this stream? It hasn't been that long. It's just over 3 years. I forgot the 3-year anniversary. But it was like a month ago or something. FSR just won't stop. Yeah, it's on a roll. I should exercise my 200s. I think the cover calls are worth it. It was pretty good delta out to like 53.20 or 320, sorry. It was even a little bit building up at 360. But on the shorter dated shit, gamma falls off. Well, it's at resistance right now. And then from like 92.50 to 300, there's a little bit of a ramp. After that, it kind of dies. But on the longer dated stuff, yeah, there's positions still building to the upside. It's a nice reversal. It's true. It doesn't feel like it's been that long, but it's been a great and fulfilling time. What's wrong with you? Are you dying? I'm not proposing to anybody. I don't want to get married. Gross. I want to die alone. If you were an MM, wouldn't it be cheaper for you to borrow the shares in case DFE exercises than if he does? Just buy back after the inevitable dump? I mean, there's no issue with getting shares. Why do people think that? Jimmy practically just doubled the size of its free float. Well, 30%, right? There's fucking ETFs holding millions and millions of shares. It's not a problem. RC won his Bobby lawsuit. Good for him. How did he just use the "I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was illiterate" defense? That's the SS brain rot, Gherk. Had a brain worm. Didn't you know that dilution is bad for the shorts? More shares equals more shorts? Jesus Christ. It's just the options. It's always just been the options. Gabe got squeezed. That was it. That was the end of the shorts. You guys all fucking missed it, and because you bought in fucking March at the top. Like what? Like 3% of you had shares before fucking Jan 2021. No, did you buy in January at the top? It was 26 years since we met Gherk via carrier pigeon stream. Believe it or not, he still ignored me then. What's up, mister? Took the day off trading. It's starting to feel like a full-time job. That's what it is. SS is saying you never made any money on GME options. Nice. Literally Rage bought a $300 share with you 56 years ago. Those are the days. Robinhood gave me a fractional share when I signed up, so get fucked. Does anyone actually know what DFV's play is? I think he's playing the deferral of the OPEC cycles, which concentrates settlement into a narrow window. That's what there's like a video from last year about it that I posted on the subreddit. It's funny to watch him rip on GME lovers and be so confident in his anti-MOASS thesis, yet has been consistently wrong on so much in regards to GME. What? What have I been wrong on? You mean the OPEC cycles when GME fucking ran 100% on the monthly OPEX? Like fucking 30 times? What else about it? How about Cohen diluting the fuck out of the float the second the stock price went up? Was I wrong about that? Fucking super stunk morons. On the deferpex theory with Juneteenth, comparing this to 2021, what stops obligations being settled early? But they're cash settled. So it's the buy-in that's deferred to the date. So the obligations are largely already settled in advance, right? But the settlement of those obligations via cash has two different transactions, right? And there's an ACH payment that has to be made. And then once the payment is made and the settlement of that payment goes through on the deferral date, then the ETFs can buy in because they have the cash on hand. Superstock's still 100% on wrong on MOASS for 3.5 years, and DRS. That was a great one. Good fucking job, morons. I'm reading SS for a long time. The fact is, dudes are horrible at this. I am also, but they are too. At least listen to people with knowledge. They don't even do that. No, they chase them away with pitchforks. Where's the top on Jimmy if the share offering is complete? The Delta and Vega kind of hit an equilibrium in the hedge around $60. So pretty hard to continue running from there unless more options are bought out of the money. So all those like out of the money shitty weeklies that retail loves to buy, those are awful unless we run. And if we run, they're very impactful. Do you see any indications yet of which Rex code was used? So if you look back at 2021 and 2023, January of 2023 and Jan of 2021, um, for all intents and purposes, it looks like all of the volumetric settlement falls in within 5210 F6. So that does narrow it down, but not all settlement is equivalent, right? And there's a lot of other variables that could change which Rex code is used. And even if you know which Rex code is used, every holiday there's going to be thousands and thousands of those filings. So you have to know whose filing matters, right? You have to know which FINRA account the appropriate Rex code is tied to. So even with the FINRA data, it's kind of useless unless you have that information. Will 60 make DFV a billionaire? I have no idea. No, I think I was just Dr. K. You remember defer packs? I think that was just right. No time traveling, no 8 ball, just dude hanging out at Mass Mutual. Noticed a lot of settlement due on a lot of accounts all in the same period. And was like, hey, I wonder what would happen if I threw a bunch of money in front of that. It's reasonable. And I'm still really tinfoily about that tweet because the deferral from December 22nd was moved to Jan 13 of 2021. And on Jan 13, DFV retweeted his tweet from December 22nd. I think it's the only time he's ever retweeted his own tweet. He's been long GME for a while, so it makes sense for him to go into those files, right? I mean, if he's just doing the research on his own investment, why not? And his hands weren't really tied because he wasn't I don't think he was trading, for Mass Mutual. He was just developing like educational programs, right? So access but no restrictions. If he'd been handling client money, he would have gotten like he could have gotten in a lot of trouble for accessing that information, but for research purposes, not at all. Mass Mutual could get in trouble for leaking client account information. Oh wait, they did. It all fits. I don't know. Could be wrong. What's the deferral window for this OPEC cycle? Well, there's three of them. One overlaps the other two. But basically, it's the 10th through the 24th. Different exposures have different settlement periods. So you have like 15C3-3, right? And then you have well, we shouldn't be running into any closeout requirements for Reg Show, so no 204, but 4210 F6, and then you have they changed the regulations with T1 settlement, so there's also like a margin balance settlement that falls a little further out. Well, it becomes riskier and riskier to sell calls as IV goes up, right? Which usually makes short vol retreat. Also, if we break 30, we start squeezing all the short calls that sold on the leg down. So short vol trying to get a handle on this right now is still really risky. But they're incentivized, right? IV and premiums are really high. Who wouldn't want to sell them? Could we test 70 today? I mean, theoretically, yeah. I don't think we will. It seems. I mean, we still have some big resistances to the upside that we have to break, and I don't think we can test the 70s yet. We need more out of the money call buying. Aside from the weirdos it attracts, I'm glad we're discussing Jimmy again. I think you meant 70 on SPX. Oh, did you mean SPX? It's pretty close. No, not wiking off for OPEX. Here. This one. SS is just mad that I locked the comments on the daily post. Do you think Break-A glitches at 185 on the 3rd were indicative of margin settlement on the 22nd, 24th? No. I think there was an NYSE data issue, which was addressed in advance of the drop in Break-A, and all the stocks were halted until it was fixed. And then a bunch of people accidentally bought Break-A at $600,000 because they used market orders. Tell me something you find interesting, but don't go into detail. Hmm. Wool socks. I'm thinking about wool socks a lot lately. Was that a new all-time high? No. Lamb. Had me at SS is just mad. Yeah. I think SS doesn't know what call to buy, so they keep buying DFV strike. Good. Put some delta on this bitch. Did neutral positioning already come in for tomorrow? Not much, no. It's still early. Smart wool? Why is it smart? Dumbledore. Magician and DMs. Alright, this is better. Oh, so he's like sitting on a stool? Nice. I like the eyeliner. That was a good choice. It really makes his eyes pop. Oh my god. Has anyone ever seen Ryan Cohen at a My Chemical Romance concert? I know you guys keep it tight, but let us know. Please. I just wonder if RC's secret email like Elon. Yeah, I have some calls. I have a lot of sold puts on GME right now. I'm not too heavy on the call side, but I have a few. I heard of a smart jacket on NPR that charges phones. Yeah, but why would you want to carry everyone's phones around all day? Whose earnings? No, GME doesn't have earnings today. They have a shareholders meeting coming up. That's probably when they'll file the 10Q. So there are 2-3 GME overlapping deferral periods. Is there any sense in selling after one, buying before the next between the 10th and 24th? Um, Probably not. It would be very, very difficult to time. There's also a settlement in the interim that could just keep prices from falling, right? Because the 15.3, 15C3-3. I mean, GME's like shitty earnings are reported, but the 10Q isn't out yet. I have some 2450 and 25 calls for this Friday. I have some 30-35 spreads for this Friday. And then I have sold puts at $24. Significant financial info is in the 10Q, all of the details. Why did these whores do this yesterday when I had SPX calls? I wish they did it earlier when I had SPX calls. Is this a good time to sell Fubo CCs? I don't think so. I just closed a bunch that I had for June at like $1.50. I already have spreads at 30. SLD is next week. The 10-year had a good print today. Well, not a good print, but no tail because there was no demand for the note, right? But whatever excuse to push yields down. Will SLD be downs this month? If we fall below gamma neutral, sure. Why 5,300 tomorrow? I mean, maybe after FOMC. I mean, it's not impossible. There's still support at 53.25 though. Anything that makes this week's contracts better for a spread than the monthly? I'm guessing it's IV on the contracts. On the higher contract, if GME actually does run. What? No, it's because it's more profitable faster, right? You don't want to You don't want to generally take long dated spreads on GME because it doesn't stay at its top very long. So usually you have to close them before their expiry. Too late for GME calls? I mean, it's pushing above the lower gamma max right now. Which means there might be some resistance around 3240. What's the higher? I didn't see it in the Discord. Nope. Did not. Mostly because it's kind of hard to pin down. Having an options chain bifurcated like this is pretty rare. That means the higher is super spicy. No, it doesn't. It's not that crazy. I mean, the problem is it's above the range where the hedging kind of falls off. And it's also kind of massively skewed by all the calls being sold at like 120, 128. So I don't think it's a very accurate measurement. You're a fancy word. I found a paper copy of Options as a Strategic Investment. It's going to be my beach book. Make sure that's not the study guide. What are the chances SPY reverses here back to the daily low? Well, it's hard to hold these prices because of where the MM's positioned on Vega, but I would say that there's a decent chance this fails. The MM's hedge is still around like 53.48. So, yeah, it could fail. Which would still be a lower than an all-time high. Which isn't great. Not great for the bull case. Ooh, money. Hmm. Is the study guide worth grabbing? I don't know. I've never looked at it. Maybe? Fidelity finally added a position note when you sell CCs, so it doesn't look like you're in for infinite loss. GME is running. It's. What do you mean if it doesn't run this week? It's running right now. We're up like 15% from today's low. More? More. You guys say weird shit sometimes. 22% from today's low. Sometimes? Well, running enough for your shirt to come off? No. So there's settlement from the 10th to the 13th, and then there's settlement from the 18th to the 24th. In between those two, there's 15C3-3 settlement. I didn't tell anyone when to buy GME calls. FOMC definitely wouldn't have had anything to do with GME calls. You mean the shareholders meeting? I mean, IV can crush afterwards. But it can pump into it, which is fun. Oh god, that's the medical code for syphilis? I wouldn't know. You'd have to ask Don Deck. He lives in the only state where that's still a problem. New York's on the forefront of STDs. Now we have, like, penis fungus. Yeah, you didn't hear about that? There's like a new fungal STD that was discovered. Some guy in New York City had it. Isn't shareholders meetings on the 13th, I think. I'm just hoping that he went to some foreign country and like had sex with like tropical fruit or something and didn't get out into the dating pool once he got back. Does that mean he gets to name it? He should be able to, right? It's just called Frank's fungus. If you were gonna name an STD, why would you call it the Cohen? I wouldn't. I would call it DRS. guaranteed to hit 53.48 by close. Not at all. Tick rot syndrome. If you call it DRS, people will think it's doctors. That's fine. They're gonna be a lot more. They're gonna be a lot more careful to bring protection when they go for their colonoscopies, right? Did anyone tell you about Houston's rant Friday? Thankfully, no. It is power hour. He was very indignant because he didn't make $20 million. Hasn't he spent like $20 million on shirts for YouTube? I'm not taking my shirt off. I'm sick. RC dick riding syndrome? Don't blame RC for DRS. He never told anybody to fucking do that. What's giving FSLR its push today? The massive number of out of the money options? How does DFE know deferrals if he's not at Mass Mutual anymore? You can still get the data. I mean, you could start an LLC and get a FINRA license. You could. There's a million ways to get the data, but you have to know what accounts. Again, you still need to know who's filing it and when. Also, I mean, I can technically track it, right? Not as specifically, but I mean, you don't. As long as you know what's going on, you can follow it. I'm not defending him, but don't blame him for fucking DRS. That's not his fault. That was just a episode of cognitive dissonance that needs to be studied thoroughly. Have you posted an in-depth video on Rule 4210 extensions? I'm trying to better understand each one. Why? What a fucking waste of time. Don't you have anything better to do with your life? I mean, I don't, but that's... What's up, Paris? I want to thank you for the continuous DDs you're writing in the middle of the night. Very few people would do that for strangers. Don't worry. I'll stop when I get bored. As soon as the glory of being consistently right wears off, then I'll probably stop writing them. Why do you think there's going to be a catastrophic failure? Because the MM's hedge is at 5350? Hmm. We got FOMC tomorrow. They're gonna fucking drop a brick on the gas pedal. Would you please draw some lines on SPX? I keep buying the wrong options. Did you go short on bullish consolidation? Risky. If you square 741 and divide by 13.13 and round the answer to up to 41,819, D equals 4, R equals 18, 2 equals 19, then boom, RC promoted DRS. How do you identify bullish consolidation? It looks like this. Bearish consolidation would go the other way. Like that. So Jimmy looks bearish right now. Yeah, technically. Although one would then question the validity of technical analysis on something with 300% IV at spot. Jimmy 2832 seems important. It was. Would it be possible for a blind person to do TA? Maybe if you got like braille charts. SCX is in a very rare Chinese New Year dragon pattern. Well, it broke out of bullish consolidation and now it's failing, which is bearish if it falls back below the trend. That's a bearish breakout. How would they be able to tell the difference between the green dots and the red dots? I don't know. Put like a nipple on the green one, like a little bump. It's for the reverse split. That's 23 times today that I've been asked about BNED. Let's go. 32. CPI 0.5 month over month. Okay, that would actually be bearish as fuck. Are you even still long BNED? No, it went up 700 fucking percent. I don't know why anybody owns it still. Were you waiting for better than 700% returns? Oh, Jesus. He doesn't need to build a gamma ramp. He just needs to keep the price from coming down. He's positioned correctly. You don't need gamma, there's Vega. It's all about squeezing the short vol, not pumping the stock. What are your thoughts this week compared to last week about DFV's live stream? I don't think my thoughts about his stream changed. I think people read way too much into shit because they have nothing better to do with their time. Hmm. Why do you need a gamma ramp? Vega's far more impactful. You know we didn't gamma squeeze in Jan of 2021, right? That was a Vana squeeze. That was because of volatility. Hmm. What about selling my BNED for a fraction less than 701%? Somebody probably. Looks like Jamie 3 month average volume was 28 million. Today was 103. What conclusion can I draw? There's a lot of options in the options chain. It's almost like everything everyone thinks is like, whoa, that's crazy. It really just isn't that crazy. There's just a logical, reasonable explanation for most things that don't involve crime or conspiracy or corruption. I mean, his position is nuts, but it's in the perfect spot. Whoa, Gherk, that's crazy. Jeez, I can see why you were banned from Superstock. I know. Are Nvidia's sales real? Depends on how you look at sales. Are they selling H100s to themselves and acting as the lender in that transaction? Yes. But those are sales. We're working hard to get him banned from other platforms too, but no luck yet. Thanks, Trash. Logical reason TFE didn't take profit. Why would he take profit when it hadn't topped? I mean, first of all, DFE needs GME to run during trading hours. He doesn't need the top formed in pre-market. Like, he has options, right? He doesn't need the top formed in fucking pre-market. That's shitty. Also, he's never gonna exercise those options unless he's a moron. He's gonna fucking sell them and make a bunch of money. You know why? Because the intrinsic value of the option is less than the extrinsic value of the option. So he would lose money exercising them. Like a lot of money. Hello, fellow traders. I am not a shill. Look at my name. You should sell this useless stock. GME is you have any. Thanks /S. Ugh. I hate the internet. But he owns so much of a really garbage company. He already owns a lot of it. Maybe he just really wants to lower his cost basis by exercising his 120,000 contracts. At $20, his cost basis is like 2150 on his shares. He didn't hodl, he didn't DRS, and he buys options. He's more like me than Superstock will ever want to admit. The fact that SS still thinks he's going to exercise shows they don't understand options basics. They never have. That was the whole point. That's why they were so scared of them. 1 second. I leave for 5 seconds and you guys sold. Embarrassing. You cannot DRS options. Over the last 3 years, DFE was in the order book, and the options chain, stocking, gathering information on how to perfectly position. Meanwhile, RSS was talking about DRS. There's a reason one of them is a billionaire. Well, was a billionaire. Can I DRS my fractional shares of BNAD? If you really want to. See, so the consolidation did end up being bearish. I know you can't DRS options, and understand exercising his contracts to reduce his cost basis is ridiculous. I'm working on my ability to go undercover and super stonk. Not worth it. You gonna shed your GME position? We're not above 30. Hmm. Rather be above 30. You manually keep track of CC cost basis adjustments? Yeah. I have a sheet of paper that I write them on, and then like once every like 6 months, I'll open up a spreadsheet and actually do the math. You don't sound as stuffed up anymore. Are you feeling better? No, I still feel like absolute shit, but I took a bunch of Sudafed. Pretty sure just going bullish, bullish, bullish. He's still in, yada, yada. Will get you in the door. You can say things like, so I just DRS'd more. Or just book and then an exclamation mark in like Flint. How do you actually track your CC cost basis? Since we know that was a lie, you don't use Excel. I have a Google Sheet. And I am reticent to use it. Ideally, I would hire somebody to update my cost basis for me, but I'm also cheap. Yeah, you can just anytime anybody writes a complete sentence, you can respond with what mean. Hire the Photoshop guy. He's confident. He is, but I'm not gonna let Chat GPT manage my port. I'm not going to give you a free route to Dillionaire, AJ. If I could, I would charge you specifically more money than everyone else. I feel like you're getting, like, everyone else, they're getting good value for their $25. I think I think you're fucking me over. I think you're getting at least $100 of value a month, maybe two. You ain't making me no money. Well, that's because you didn't buy SROF in November of 2022. Yeah. You waited till it was at the top and then bought it. Wait, didn't you make money on FSLR? Oh, wait. Never mind. Hmm. How much value am I getting? 100%. How do you have such a great memory for the terrible plays your followers make? I just remember everything. It's a curse. Kerber's pigeon wheel chat is bullshit. He had his wings removed so many times, he can't even grow them back anymore. Not true. As long as they're reattached rapidly. Please play me an OG pigeon whale song. I need attention. You've never made me want to do anything less. Why am I so contrarian? Huh. I will clip these wings. No, you won't. I have the leverage. You want to taste my data. One feather drops to the floor. If Jamie hits 30 before the end of the day, I will play one song. He made me a pigeon whale on Friday just to release Guybrush. He's evil. You contractually obligated yourself to a lifelong gang membership and then left. I'm not the evil one. Also, welcome back. It's right in the deal. Blood in, blood out. I am broke. Then why would you pay $100 to have me put a cartoon pickle on the screen? Give me 60 to 90 day long plays after FOMC. Oh, now I'm supposed to cater my trading style to you? How about get fucked? He's clearly not good with money, dude. Don't talk about his BBBY position that way. Poor's trying to be Pigeon Whale? No, Pigeon Whale's complaining about being Pigeon Whales. Hmm. This is also bullish consolidation. Nice, not the FBI. Well done, man. No, I don't mind playing with GME. I just don't want to own it. Right? Exposed, but not committed. That's the kind of like arm's length relationship that I don't mind enjoying. That's how I ended up with a parole officer. Exposed but over leveraged. You do have a problem with leverage and maintaining any semblance of strict positional limits. But it's okay. We'll fix you. That sounds slutty. It is. Dropping bodies over here. What doing GMA? Pushing 30. It's getting so mature. Close over 30 is super bull, right? It's bullish. After your speech 24 hours ago, I double dipped into 5360Ps, made profits, and hands are now trembling. Ooh, nice. Could GME continue to run after hours? Yes. RC will release net at the money offering before a previous one is closed. That's a distinct risk. Are short hedge funds APs back to using intra liquidity to short intra? Keep a hold on the stock. There was a small attempt at shorting from like beginning of the day yesterday through this morning, and then they just gave up on that shit. Started covering again. They're not gonna fight the MM's like multi-billion-dollar delta hedge, right? That'd be fucking stupid. See, told you it was bullish. Now, if we fail 67, that'd be pretty rough into the end of the day. But we have some support here on the 0 DTE side, both at 60 and 65, which makes it unlikely that we'll fall back to where the market maker hedge is. Mm. Mm. Oh wait, you know what? I have a better version. Jimmy's not going on Reg Show. I once made 70K to this song and then lost 130K to it also. Good times. To learning and profitability. Thank you, D Engineer. Pickle, pickle, pickle. Thanks for not found. Ryan Reynolds version overlapping 10 times next. No. So once we get past 30, straight to 35, faster to 35. Yep, there's two pretty distinct call ramps. This is the top of the first one, and so 30's a major resistance. But if we break above it, Vega risk opens up quite a lot. Um Significantly more so than at the break of the 25 strike. And then also, the next upside call ramp picks up. I'm Firsty. Welcome to Coruscant, man.
Coruscant.
Still not a lot of neutral positioning for tomorrow, and that may come in. And they have to be very careful with put selling here because they can drive the price down. Is there a Long Johnson's thong? Also, why is that a tier? I don't know. Dillionaire coupons? Is Kenny in on Jimmy? If he's still in, I'm still in. I'm sure. I'm sure he is. Yeah, Schwab's having some issues today. I made a bunch of money today. Unfortunately, none of it was from the stock market. Oh, that's true, actually. Yeah, I forgot about that. Why is uranium cratering? Uh, Most commodities have been going down pretty hard. China made some unfavorable moves last night. Silver and copper were spiraling pretty hard this week, too. Also, the right wing, like, kind of move to power in Europe is freaking out a lot of commodities traders, especially for green energy, right? Another test at 53.68. We fell below 30, so no songs. I'm still confident in a close at 79. On what? SPX? I doubt it. It's not impossible, but I doubt it. You holding Jimmy calls overnight? Good question. Maybe. We'll probably keep the spreads open overnight, but not the weeklies. If we break 30, my opinion might change. We'll see. Failed Head and Shoulders? Going to 32 end of day? If this breaks up, that's actually bullish as fuck. Ooh, VIX back at 13. Interesting. Is this mini rip an indication that the share offering is now completed? It could be. I think a better indication was the easing in the downside pressure, but do you see an ascending microphone on the GME hourly? Megaphone? No. But we could get a sweet Head and Shoulders at a test of 40. Ah, yes. The bullish breakout. Come on, keep pumping. No, not back below 30, above 30. Goddamn profit-taking sons of bitches. Fuck off. Joke's on you. I can't close my calls overnight because I exceeded my settled cash. I don't even know what that means. Oh, like a GFV? I'm Firsty. Welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much.
Happy birthday.
Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it. 1,100 watching, 52 likes. Yes, but 1,050 dislikes. So we're gonna have a lower high on the SPX today. It seems bearish for tomorrow. A little bit. Although the data is what matters tomorrow, probably not our closing price. But yes, from a technical perspective, a lower high is not good here, right? And it indicates topping. You can do 3 GFE every 90 days, I think. So sometimes it's worth it. Yes, you can. The day isn't over. We could get all-time high. Oh, did you buy some 5370s? No, I can't see the dislikes anymore. YouTube disabled them. Like, it's there, you can smash it, but it doesn't do anything. I don't think I want to do that, Grim, too. Could this run already have something to do with deferred settlement? It could. Although, I don't see any covering that would be indicative of the settlement process. Right now, it kind of looks like a bounce, and the market maker's hedge is picking up, but I don't see, like, a ton of covering going on. Oh, look, we bounced again. That's good news for that guy who bought 5370s. Maybe. It might not be. Only 7 minutes to get to $32? It's not enough time. Why do we have to form a fucking ascending triangle at every single resistance? Also, why is that resistance? I better not get halted into holding these fucking calls overnight. I am going to close my sold puts. Why does Pulte think anybody would ever listen to him? Why close sold puts? Because money. What the fuck does RC's lawsuit have to do with GME's price action? Nothing. RC's lawsuit stemmed from his failure to do appropriate diligence. If SPX loses 5370 right now, those calls are going to dump. So be careful. These sneaky fuckers are going to try to close it below 30. I don't like this. DFE should buy 1 million more shares on the final candle. I'm not buying $3 million of this fucking thing. Price up after hours seem likely. It's possible. More likely if we hold $30. Oh, bulls are going for the all-time high. I want to buy a 1 minute to expiry. There's so much money. Nope, we did it. Is that it? Yep. Ding ding. Can't believe they didn't fill me on my fucking bullshit. Scam. Ko-Fi rejected. So then why the run out of nowhere? It wasn't out of nowhere. It was slow and super plotting, actually. But we hit the lower part of the gamma support around 23, right? When we bounced. And when we bounced, we caught a little bit of that Vega hedge, and we kept moving up. All right, cool. Well, that's the end of that day. Ding ding. So we got a little bit of arbitrage resolution today, but it's still not fully resolved, which is kind of interesting. We may see more resolution or a greater push in the spread wider in the Euro session and the London session. So keep an eye on arbitrage overnight if you guys know how to set up CVV WAP. It's not that hard. Liquidity is getting a little looser, so there's a tiny bit of covering going on, but not very much. And it looks like we're gonna continue pushing up, some shorting into the end of the day, and into after hours, but we held the $30 strike into close, which is, I think, pretty important. That means the MM is going to be a little bit of more supportive in the after hours session. Obviously, the break of 30 is important, but the break of 35 is really where shit gets spicy. So this puts us on track to test 35, possibly move higher. If we do have an overnight move to the upside, I would say that it has a pretty good potential of breaking 40. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm sure they'll try to take advantage of the spread as much as possible in order to beat this back down because a significant amount of the short calls on GME are now at risk. Don't care about any of that. SPX retested the top of the trend today, formed a slightly higher high on the slightly higher all-time high, but not very much. Still hang up at that 75 resistance. I expect this will probably hold into the FOMC meeting tomorrow. They'll try to stay above 5360 to 5375 because it puts them above the majority of their short calls, and it's kind of a range where they can stabilize as long as they don't sell too much volatility. If they sell too many puts, it'll crash back down to 50 again. But they should be able to hold it here into FOMC tomorrow. If it fails during CPI, I would expect they'll try to bounce it back like they did today. And that's the 53, 85, 50 test on ES, which did not actually form a new all-time high and came one tick short of the prior high. This is not a rejection yet, though. This could still consolidate bullishly and break higher to that 5400 test. Commodities up a little bit today, but not very much. Looks like it's mostly on the back of gold and energy. I know some of the metals continue to decline, and food hasn't been particularly hot lately. So like, agricultural commodities have been dropping a bit. So, yeah, largely on metal, like gold and oil. 10-year yield nosedived after the light auction today, failed to produce a tail. I don't think the auction was particularly bullish, just very low demand pre-CPI, and bulls, took as much advantage of that as they feasibly could. However, hot CPI tomorrow would be far more impactful on yields than a softer 10-year print. Also, dollar really hasn't destabilized at all, still holding above 105.25. Correlation on the 1 month continues to break down, although we do see some stability in the 3 month. Shorter term dispersion trades are falling off, and they're falling off pretty rapidly over the last 2 days. This is a pattern that we've been seeing increasingly over the last week or so. I do feel that long vol on the underlying components of the index is starting to break down more significantly. And generally speaking, the 3 month kind of trails that. So as we see the 1 month breakdown, we'll start to see the 3 month breakdown as well. Forward yield on volatility back at negative 8.86. Obviously, the drop in the 10-year today helped kind of pull back on that inversion in the yield curve that we saw yesterday, and volatility conditions loosened up a little bit, and we see a little bit of deleveraging in the yen dollar carry trade, and we may see a little bit more of that over the next couple of days as we approach the next BOJ meeting, where they are expected to trim their buyback of the 10-year note, the Japanese 10-year bond. They are not expected to raise rates. However, if they did, it would come as quite a shock. And so we may see a little bit of de-risking in the carry trade in case they do cut rates or raise rates. And I think we'll start to see more of that tonight, and tomorrow. Bond volatility back up again. Skew broke down a little bit less tail risk hedging probably largely after yesterday's drop and today's drop in recovery. Some of those nearer the money puts taking profit. 38.56% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. So still, significantly less than the majority of the SPX is pushing for these all-time highs. And breadth is extraordinarily weak. Dow and Russell both ended today still down despite the turnaround in NQ. YM was down 43 points and Russell down 40. Don't have the correlation thing, and we priced in 0.04 more rate cuts. Barely anything. So no significant changes there. This just puts us at like a double top over the last 2 days on SPX, and these tails aren't necessarily bullish, but a hot or a cool CPI print and a dovish Fed tomorrow could see us test maybe as high as like 54.60 by the end of the week. So be aware of that. If everything does come in favor of the bulls. I don't think it will. I think inflation is still hot. I think this print is going to be additive to inflation due to the shift in the base effect on medical costs. And also, gas prices are still exceedingly high. Oil didn't really moderate all that much. Shipping costs are up. And wages have not improved enough to help offset any of those gains, especially when compared to productivity, which is basically flat. So we should continue to be looking at like 0.3 month over month on the headline, and I highly doubt sticky inflation like on the core side has improved at all. Offering buyers, selling after hours. I don't know. On what? On GME? GME's... it's fine. Still holding right around 30. Anyway, alright, thank you guys so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Hopefully I wake up on time. I've been taking a lot of NyQuil, and yeah. If not, I'll show up when I show up. But have a good night, everybody. I'll see you later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not
Where
mine.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children